Okay, everybody, will welcome everybody to Community Resources and Tourism Committee. I will now call the meeting to order. And we'll do roll call. Looks like everybody's here, but Supervisor Quinn, unless he's online, which I do not see. Okay. We'll move on to item 3, approval of the minutes. We've got a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and second. Any discussion on the meeting minutes that were listed from last meeting? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Any public comments, Deanna, anything? I had none, so, okay, move on. Item 5, extension staff report. We'll start with the area director. Oh, here, no.
No, it's okay. Because you want to say something. Okay, thank you. It's good to see you all here today. Couple of things. So yeah, still winding down in terms of food wise. So programming is winding down. We'll have our first set of layoffs happening on October 1. So in our area, that's Hillary Roth. So she'll be October 1. Macy Lean did get another position. So she has left our organization. So we're really happy for her. She's in the school district. So we're really happy to see her move forward. So Sandy and Joy will be December 1. So we're starting to see those layoffs across the state. So it's sad to see the programming end and some of our really good staff move on and other organizations getting them. So I also so I apologize for not sharing this ahead of time. We finished it this afternoon, actually. So, but I wanted to bring this forward for your review before I submitted to county manager. So we've been asked, so you had your, what was that called? The budgeting workshop a couple weeks ago. And we were alerted that 4 of our programs were identified as being reviewed. And so we've been given some instruction by Dan for how to approach those and how and to give recommendations, basically. And so I just wanted to bring this forward to the committee. I feel like you all know Extension the best. And so if you have any insights or thoughts related to this document, I'd be really open to hearing those or anything that needs to be added or aligned. So I'll just kind of walk through it a little bit since you didn't have the opportunity to read it ahead of time. So I just identified the 4 program areas that were identified for potential reduction to the levy. And so that was crops and soils, that was our horticulture program, our livestock program, and then the community development and leadership program. And so so those are the ones that were identified by the group that worked on those. I went through this because I added the co-funded model to explain what that is. I know this group knows that pretty well, but the rest of the county board might not understand our co-funded model. And so I wanted to talk about what that looked like and what that meant for Dunn County. So that's been added. Actual costs, county costs of those specific programs that were identified. So the figures that were on that document were not accurate. And so we corrected those numbers. And so on the page 2 there, you can see what those actual numbers are and what the actual cost to that, what the actual cost of the program is. And so I have a little explanation as to how we came to those numbers. It includes the support staff time. It includes the 0.33. So all 4 of those positions are 0.33 full-time equivalent and shared across the 3 counties. And so so that number reflects that of the flat fee that educator positions are charged for counties, office supplies, and travel when applicable. And the reason why I say that is because for our livestock and crops and soils, The program area actually covers their travel, their computer equipment, and then the horticulture and community development positions, their IT and computer costs are covered by the counties in which they are seated, and that is Eau Claire and Chippewa. So Ryan is our co-funded position here, but the Ag Institute takes care of that, so you kind of get a cost savings there. And so I wanted to explain that, where those numbers came from. I also included what the money that is leveraged on the levy, how we leverage that across with the Smith Lever funds, and then also with additional federal and state dollars, and how that is multiplied by the investment in the county. So I included that in the document. And then section 2, we needed to identify what the potential change to reduce the levy reliance would lead to. And, in looking at the costs of the programs that were identified, the highest cost is the personnel. The actual operational costs are really not that high. So the way to reduce the levy is to eliminate the program. And so I did put in there what that means. And it would eliminate that educator position and thus the program, because we wouldn't have an educator. I again put what the estimated cost savings would be per program. We really can't reduce the program any more than what it already is. When you're at a 0.33, we really can't. Going down to a 0.1, I don't even know what that would look like, or how we would engage in that. So I don't know if extension would even move forward with that. What does that mean, the potential impacts? So obviously that's the loss of specialized expertise in local research-based information and programming. And under that bullet, I know Deanna and I had a conversation this afternoon in terms of, do you think it would be strategic for us to name what those programs would be? So for example, Garrett is engaged in childcare initiatives, and then also engaged with having conversations currently with HR regarding some of the leadership opportunities that potentially the county could work with. So obviously he wouldn't be a resource for those anymore moving forward, as an example. So we didn't know if that would bolster the, what that would mean in terms of what that, naming the losses, or what that might look like. So just looking for a little guidance there. And then, of course, the responsiveness to needs, community partners and coalitions, just the ripple effect, jeopardizing the tri-county cost-sharing model that we currently have. So you're currently engaged with Chippewa and Eau Claire counties in sharing the cost of these educators and programs. The critical risk, I think, is if eliminating an educator. It's really difficult if an educator FTE. If losing that FTE, that's reallocated typically across the state. And so what happens then, it's really difficult to get that back, because that FTE, we only have so many FTEs in program areas. If Dunn County says, nope, we're not going to engage in that FTE, that gets reallocated to a different county. Getting that back would mean we needed to have another county say, nope, we're not going to do that, and then re-engage at that point. But a lot of times that doesn't happen. And so put in some recommendations. So really all we have is the option is to eliminate the program. Additional recommendations we put is that if there are cost reductions that need to happen within the county, potentially working with the oversight committee and the department head and departments to identify strategies within their department that wouldn't maybe affect the actual programming that's happening, and not having to reduce programming, but looking at other cost savings potentially. So that was just an additional recommendation, not really tied to those positions. So thoughts or additions?
I have, who uses these the most? Is that the small farmer? Is that the big corporate farmers? I mean, who comes to, if anybody out there could answer that, any one of the four, Did they use it a lot? I don't know. Is it the small dairy farmer that needs more
You do?
coaching? Right?
Here, Deanna's gonna
Okay.
answer that because she gets a lot of the numbers that way.
So, as some of you guys may know, I'm kind of the pass through, right? Like I transfer the people onto where they need to go. So, if we're looking at that farm, typically what we're seeing is those small farmers needing the most help because I can't financially afford some of those bigger things that a bigger farm would be able to. But that's just one sector. When you look at your community development or your horticulture, you're not talking about farm size. If you look at Garrett Community Development, he's helping basically any organization that needs it, including some of the people here in Dunn County departments. If you're looking at Margaret, from what I've seen with Margaret, I've seen that Margaret helps any sector. I mean, she's doing work here at the county level for the county. She's doing work with individuals. So if you're talking about the farmer, yeah, it's the smaller farms, but that's not what all of these areas are tailored to. If you're looking at Jerry's work with soils and crops, his is beyond that small farm because let's say he takes that research, right? He's collecting nitrogen right now with his lysimeters. Okay. If Jerry's not doing that work here, that means that your data, there's no data coming from Dunn County. So right now you may not be seeing like a research gap, but in 10 years, there won't be numbers for Dunn County for that because there's no one here doing that research. So Jerry's work is going much past that small farm, as is Ryan's. Right now, Ryan's working on You Got This, which is basically a lambing workshop. So you're hitting every single area. If I had to say, yeah, it's a smaller farm for agriculture, but that's not the only people they're helping.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Bjork, thank you.
I guess they probably know this topic as well as anybody. And you know how they say you're what's it called an early to make the step in a different direction. I was an early stepper, so I got washed out of dairy farming in 1988, the drought, and there wouldn't have been any extension agent that could do anything, and the only help that there could have been was borrowed money to replace a crop that did not come in to feed the cattle for the next winter. And what we did have sold quite well in our October sale. And I've preached this so many times. I'm sorry I have to say it. Even the politicians come and want to know what's what. Small farms are gone unless they're new small farms that are that there's a good job off the farm and they want to raise a few sheep or they want to raise a few beef cows or they want to do some pigs or get the kids there involved in a 4-H project. Those people are out there. My neighbor across the road, who was our town chairman for years and years, and a family farm with two brothers, adapted new programming with slatted floors and not a stanchion barn. And they followed me down the road, probably 10 years after I did. And they have sold their land. I still have mine, only because I found another way to pay the bills, including property tax, other than being a farmer. And neighbor said to me just 2 days ago, he says, Larry, have you ever seen a spot in the field where the soybeans circle, where they're completely gone? And I said, yeah, I guess so. And I always thought it was a herbicide problem. He says, well, we had a few spots like that, and it was slugs. You know, people get slugs in their gardens and stuff like that. And I says, how did you determine it was slugs? He says, well, the Pioneer seed dealer has a guy on their staff that does that kind of work. So this guy, who's always been an extension person, you know, his resource was Pioneer seed. And if you plant 10 acres or probably 1,000 acres, or one neighbor plants 10,000 acres, you can get that service. And maybe if my neighbor's one of his grandsons had found a way to stay on the farm, they would have, you know, be looking to extension for change. And I cannot, even though I was put out of business by big dairies, I can't say they're wrong, because the amount of milk that the cows produce and the herd health is better than my 40 cows, 60 cow stanchion barn. They can do a better job with 1,000 cows than I did with 40 or 60. And what it actually takes is production. And they got it down, and it works. And you got to get it out of the back of your head that, oh, it's really sad that those poor cows never get out on grass. They only have to be on concrete. Well, and today's day's thing is, you can't afford to have cows on grass because the land is too expensive. So you can't have a 40-acre back pasture. You know, you'd better be making more money than 20 or 30 cows grazing that land. So it's small farmers, and I mean, they're often referred to as the hippie farmers. And I don't particularly like that term, but it's what's given out there. And to me, they're people that are trying to make a go out of it. And university extension, I think, would be a real big resource from them, because, you know, if you didn't grow up lambing cows or uh, twisting calves in the, you know, when they're, you know, if you get a hip lock on a birth, if you didn't grow up learning how to do that, where are you going to get it? You're going to call the veterinarian and they're going to charge you $400 or $500. Maybe university extension, you know, I mean, they have a role in teaching people. They're educators. And I hate to see it go away, but I don't think it's going to last. And it makes me really sad. That podium right up there has an engravement on it to Howard Kuhn, who was a university extension agriculture agent when I was growing up. And Dunn County thought so much of him that when he retired, that's they thought a lot of their extension agents. And I did also. And but I don't know. It's a sad thing that oh, but then again, these farms that are that are milking all those cows, you just don't go out and milk 1,000 cows unless you've got a banker that wants to be your partner for $5 or $10 million. And then if you do have a banker that wants to be your partner for $5 or $10 million, now you have to find a family member or another person, another neighbor or brother or something like that wants to be part of it or wants to be involved in it. And kids that grow up on small dairy farms usually don't want to be part of big dairy farms because they've had enough. So extension is needed 100% for the smaller farms, and you got to get right down to the basics of when I started UW River Falls, the major was animal husbandry. When I graduated from UW River Falls, the major was animal science. We got to get back to taking care of animals, and then they will take care of us. So I probably went around in circles, but I think it's really important. But I see you know I just see a difficult road to hoe, and I don't know how you get it back. I think 4-H is probably uh, uh, the biggest um, organization to bringing kids up through learning stuff in the 4-H, whether it's a hog or sheep or their steer or whatever it is. They're going to 4-H is going to 4-H is going to produce more farmers than just about anything else, in my opinion. So I'm darn glad we got a good 4-H guy. So for that, I just hate driving to town and seeing farm after farm not, owned by somebody else and not the people that live there. But it's the way it is. Okay, enough of me. Thank you.
I think one thing I just want to clarify there is when I say the small farm, that's what I see coming to my desk that I pass through, right? But Ryan's got a cell phone. He does programming too. So I don't know what Ryan's communication is when I'm speaking. I'm just speaking for what comes to our call. Typically, when you have a bigger farmer as well or a bigger farm, they know who their extension agent is. And if they're calling, they're probably using his direct cell phone line, not coming to our main office phone. So I just want to clarify that's what I see come to my desk.
Thank you, Larry. Any other questions? Supervisor Burnt?
Thank you. I guess it's not really a question, more so as a thank you for writing this. During the budget workshop, it was very difficult to find, anything, and being in the group and knowing extension, it's tough that it really is like there isn't much that we can really do with those programs, along with particularly that was grouped into that table made it difficult because there were also a lot of mandatory programs that we had to have and all of that, and so it was tough to see extension kind of fall lower in that ladder. But I think if we're able to provide this to the rest of the board, it will definitely serve a lot of value. And it is, as you described, if we lose a program, we lose a program, and that's why I tried. Just anything for that one food wise educator. Like once we lose it, we're not getting it back. So I think it'll really impact negatively, our whole community if we lose those educator positions at all. And yeah, thank you for providing that.
So you had one specific question, which was in your report, should you name particular programs that would be lost? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think that in particular, the work that Garrett's been doing on EMS, I think has been very important, and highlighting that seems like a good idea. childcare as well, but anything specific about what the real impacts would be on real people in Dunn County, I think would be really helpful to know. I had a question. So you named these 4 programs. Is this something that the county board, like, I hate to say it, but like, can they take an a la carte approach to this, or is extension kind of all or nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, can they decide to cut one program but leave the others?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, so in the contract that you have, each of the program areas are under one line item,
Okay.
basically. So yeah, there's that opportunity or that option.
Okay.
And so right now, what you have in your county is based on the program areas, the educators that you see on a monthly basis are based on the program areas that you invest in.
Mhm.
So,
Okay. That makes sense.
and you guys were also instrumental, each county was instrumental in changing some of the program areas to better fit your needs.
Mhm.
So I would say community development, we had food systems, and this committee, along with the other 2 counties, all said, it's really not the highest priority. We would like to see community development. And so that engagement was critical for us to pivot and meet your needs in the way. And so I think livestock and dairy were the same type of thing. So your engagement is critical in what program areas are in the community.
Yeah, I remember that process. And we ended up getting a really valuable position out of it, doing that EMS work. I think that that's an important thing to highlight, the responsiveness to our community's needs. With a very quick turnaround, right? We decided, just like, okay, we're going to go this direction, and we implemented it that year. So that
Yeah.
responsiveness is really, really good.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. We'll take that into consideration.
I have one question as well. Let's say Dunn County decides to eliminate one or several. What happens to the other counties? I mean, we're 1/3 of this, so are they gonna have to pick up the tab, or we can't afford it, so now they're gonna dump it as well? Would that happen, you think, or what would happen?
Yeah, they would have the opportunity to do that. I know that um, uh, I don't know what exactly, because we're right in the middle of the budget process, what that would look like. And so we would have to work with the other counties. The other option is just it's a reduction of the 0.33 in that educator position. And so, they would drop to a 0.68, something like that. So we would, or if we had the opportunity for another county to pick up that 0.33. And so for instance, St. Croix County, they, if they don't have that position, then potentially they could pick up the 0.33, but it would just be a conversation that we would have with the other counties. I mean, I think the needs of Area 6 are pretty similar across the 3 counties. And so it's really valuable to have the partnership. And I know that the other 2 counties do value the partnership that they have with each other. And in Dunn County, I would say as well, in reducing the cost for these positions by sharing. And so, I mean, you're looking at, a full-time equivalent of co-funded, and still that's not the, of 48,000, I can't remember what it is, 48 or 49,000 for 2026. Well, the real cost of that is up near 80 or 90,000. So right there you have the partnership, and then you go ahead and divide that by 3 because you have this partnership with the other 2 counties. And so, it's a value, I think, for the counties to be able to have that partnership. And I think it's really critical because all 3 counties are pretty much the same in needs. And, I mean, Garrett is seeing the same in housing and some of the bigger issues of childcare and EMS. And that has been one across the 3 counties. And then you see the same with like Margaret with horticulture, and then with live or with agriculture, a little bit of variation, but pretty much similar. So they're able to really concentrate, and it affects this area really well and deeply. So
So are the other counties, I mean, have you been to their budget meetings? Are they looking at anything like this? Okay.
Nope,
And if-
nope, there you have pretty much, we're at a point where we're on both counties, we've passed through administration and our committees, and there's no reductions in the educator positions.
Okay, good. It's good to know. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I guess another reinforcing bit. I listen to WPR a lot in the car, and I don't think there's ever a Larry Miller show that isn't involved with at least one
Yeah.
extension officer. And I think in that even highlights the importance of those programs, because even though, yeah, they're coming out of the Madison area and there's a lot more people to serve, that's, I think, is still very universal with how much of an impact they get or they give to the community. So I think, yeah, it would be great, like Monica, Supervisor Barrier had said, to see like what specifically we would be losing,
Mhm.
as well as like what that would look like for the county and being able to present that to the full board.
Yep,
But
Thank you.
So just be ready for tomorrow at the executive meeting. I mean, could, because they're the ones that are gonna start talking about this, so.
I don't know the process. Dan is saying no.
No, okay.
These are due for us like September 18th. So yeah, so I'm not quite sure on the process, but I know this document for us is due. So which is why I wanted to get in front of you before that time period so I could get your feedback. So thank you for that. And I have one other update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the other update I have is I mentioned at the last meeting that we were approached by actually Human Resources. Jenna, thank you for the referral. Went to with the Human Services position for the play group. Jenna had said, hey, maybe connect with Extension, and they did. And so we're moving forward with that. I did get approval at the state level that it does align well with our programming and our program area. And so I've been working with leadership in Human Services. And so we will be moving forward with a 0.4 FTE that's grant funded through Human Services for that play group, and then bringing that lens of our institute and the resources there. I think it's going to really bolster that program and be able to bring some of those research-based information to families and some of our most vulnerable families. So really excited about that partnership with Human Services. So going to be working with Beata to see how that fits in our contract and how that fits. But it's, I think, a really good testament to just our partnership within the county. So just wanted to give an update on that as well.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yeah.
You started to talk a little bit about process. I'm just wondering where, this is probably more of a Dan question, but where is this going next, right? Who is going to be making these decisions about creating this recommendation for the county board to vote on in November? Oh,
Yeah, so the plan with those documents the 31 programs that have been identified as part of the priority-based budgeting exercise that we did at the workshop. So all the department heads that had one of those projects on there have until September 18th to do that. That information will then come back to me and the budget kind of committee, internal administrative budget committee that we have will kind of bundle that all up into one item to bring to the executive committee in October. So that's typically the process. The executive committee is the budget committee. So once departmental budgets come in, they come to me, I compile them, I provide them to the executive committee. The executive committee does the work, right? So that is mainly just kind of getting all of that information to them. So this information, we had talked about trying to get that for the meeting tomorrow, but we felt that the turnaround was kind of outrageous. So, and I think part of the feedback that we had received from many of the supervisors at the workshop is, you know, more data, better data, more detailed information. So that's why we wanted to kind of extend that timeline for department heads to make sure that they could get all of the information in there that can help you all make those decisions. But yeah, as it comes back to you as a general board, you'll probably see like one number, right? And then we would kind of summarize that as these are the different items that were submitted and where those options are. I think we've said over and over again, like the decision to choose a program over another is not mine. That is not an administrative decision. That is a policy decision to be made by the board. So we would compile that and then kind of let them pick and choose. So,
Any further questions for the area director? Seeing none, thank you very much, very informative. Yeah. Item B, written extension educator updates, horticulture. Margaret, I guess you're up.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for letting me present today. Just wait till my program gets up. In the past, I've given summaries of programs and projects that are happening or are upcoming. Tonight, I'm going to veer from that a little bit and do more of a deeper dive in one area I've been working on specifically with Dunn County quite a bit. And I'm going to focus on a particular work group that I co-chair. It's a relatively young work group. It's called the Environmental Stewardship Work Group. And we started that this past spring. And the goals of the work group include basically working with other horticulture educators throughout the state to collaborate and communicate, because a lot of us are doing similar outreach in our regions on similar topics, I should say. So we're looking for ways we can compile our resources and share them so we're not continually reinventing the wheel. And then we can also start putting together more materials that can be utilized by all of us. We can amend them as we need for our particular area, but that way we can create a bunch of products, so to speak, that can be used for a wide range of audiences. We do programming with the public, either in groups or one-on-one, programs with municipalities, planners. I get calls from HOAs and condo board associations as they're all looking for advice in landscaping and becoming more sustainable. So as we're putting this work group together, we identified a couple of big buckets that we focus on for the first part of our work. And that, of course, is going to be sustainable horticulture practices, which is something we all do outreach in, but it's working on educating people more or raising awareness on sustainable horticulture practices and the positive impact they have on landscapes as well as ecosystems in a whole. So we do educational, we're putting together even more educational opportunities on soil health, pest management, these types of practices that can help reduce potential soil and water contamination. And we're also starting to look at landscape practices and how they affect water quality. Another big bucket that we're focused on is increasing knowledge on horticulture practices that help improve biodiversity in a landscape and the value that that has. Do you want me to use my computer? But under that bucket of increasing or improving biodiversity in landscapes, we'd be looking at, that would include things like invasive species, helping identify and manage invasive species on people's properties, but also the work we do with pollinators to promote methods that both protect and enhance pollinators in Wisconsin. And that's really where I want to go do a little deeper dive in pollinators tonight, because for 3 reasons. One, we have pollinator gardens out in front of the government center here, but we also installed one out in front of the judicial center. So we now have a couple of different educational opportunities here in Dunn County, working with facilities on getting that done. Also, this is the time of year people are doing a lot of fall cleanup or thinking about it. And I wanted to provide a few tips on ways you can do fall cleanup that help support the pollinators that are going to be overwintering here. And also, lastly, it's the time of year where you can start, you can still plant, oh, yay! You can still plant trees, shrubs, and perennials as well. And so to think about maybe adding a few that will support pollinators along the way. Thank you. Yep. You just go to the next one. Mother. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I kind of went through this slide, or 2 big buckets, and working with municipalities, planners, as well as the public on landscaping decisions, ecosystem that hopefully, if you use sustainable practices, increase biodiversity, the positive impacts that has on ecosystems at large. The next one. So in Wisconsin, the pollinators we see are bees, butterflies, moths. We have some beetles and flies. We really only have one bird that's considered a pollinator, and that's our ruby-throated hummingbird. But the reason there's such a concern for pollinators, of course, without them, it would have a huge impact on our food source. There's just no question about that. The USDA has been saying for a very long time that 1 in 3 bites of food are dependent on insect pollinators. And so there was a new study done recently by NatureServe. They led that. They're an organization that's been around for 50 years. They collect biodiversity data from various organizations. And they evaluated nearly 1,600 species of pollinators. And they found that 22% of native pollinators in North America are at an elevated risk of extinction. And so that came out to about 1 in 5 pollinators are at risk, with bees being the ones that are most threatened. The reason they're at such risk, and Wisconsin actually itself has a number of rare and endangered pollinators here in our state that utilize our area. And the reason for the decline is somewhat complicated. It's a lot of different things playing in together, but probably the primary reason is loss of habitat, or habitat being modified in a way that reduces the availability of food sources as well as nesting habitat for our pollinators. There's also the invasive species that can come in and alter the native habitat. Diseases, parasites, extreme weather conditions have been causing problems, and also exposure to pesticides is also part of that equation. The next one. So bees are our biggest, most efficient pollinators, and the Wisconsin DNR estimates we have over 400 species of wild bees in Wisconsin. That's a rusty patched bumblebee. That is actually an endangered bumblebee that we see here in Chippewa Valley. It was listed in 2017. And next slide. Sorry. We see over 150 species of butterflies using Wisconsin have been documented in our state. Not all of them are permanent residents. Over 1,200 species of moths will utilize Wisconsin. That's the Karner blue butterfly. That's also an endangered species. And actually, with more and more people getting interested in putting in even just little patches of pollinator supporting areas in their on their property, and that's one thing I see more of every year, are phone calls from people who have some acreage, or not even that much, even in urban or suburban areas where they just have a patch of yard that they want to put in some native plants or pollinator supporting plants. we're finding that this little critter is coming back in numbers. And it's interesting because this Karner blue relies on one plant. It's called the wild lupine for its young to survive. That's the only plant it lays its eggs on. It's the only plant that the little larvae can eat before they become adults. And then the adult can go to many different plants. But it's kind of the same as the monarch. Monarchs, of course, we know depend on that milkweed in order for their young to survive as well. Next one. So when we do outreach to the public or to various groups, and we're trying to do more with developers and planners as well as municipalities, and again, this is where the partnership with Dunn County Facilities has been wonderful. We look at what does a pollinator need to be able to survive, and of course, food is one of that. Habitat, nesting habitat, and also areas that hopefully we have an avoidance of pesticide use. Next slide. So when we talk about putting in landscaping for pollinator support, diversity is key. Every pollinator seems to, the different species have their own specific things they cue into for a flower. So whether it's color or shape, or in the case of moths, scent. So the larger diversity you can have in your landscape, the larger number of pollinators you're going to have an opportunity to support. When you want to support butterflies and moths, you're looking at not just food for the adult that provide nectar sources, but you're also looking for larval food sources, which we call our host plants, that again, like the wild lupine or the milkweed, support the young, the caterpillar stage. So here, oh, next slide. Oh, so yeah, that one has a lot of big pictures in it. With the partnership that we had with facilities here in Dunn County, we were able to install this. This is the third year of this prairie garden, and that's what it looked like in the spring when I cut it back, the very top picture, and how it's filled in already through one season. And we purposely, you pick plants that are going to have something in bloom, some food to provide throughout the growing season. And also, again, we put in 117 plants and 17 different species. And again, we chose a lot of different species so that we would have a wide selection of flower shapes, sizes, color, and so forth to support a larger supply of pollinators. So in the summer, we had a lot of yellow plants. Now, right now, if you go out and look at it, there's a lot of purple plants in bloom right now. But the nice thing about, and we focused on natives because natives, the nice thing about native plants is that they support the ecosystem better because they're more suited, more adapted to places where they have naturally grown. But they don't require, once they're established, they don't require a lot of input. I have not watered this garden once this whole season, and it's been doing great. Of course, we've had a lot of rain, but even last year, I haven't had to water it. We had to replace a few plants, so of course I watered the young ones that were just installed. But other than that, the only maintenance, and there's no need to do any kind of pesticide, haven't done any fertilizing, so none of those inputs. So we can reduce the need for fertilizers, pesticides, and water by choosing a native landscape. But the only thing we really have to do is weeding. And so I've gotten a little behind on that. But this Thursday morning, actually, I have a few Huber inmates coming over to help me catch up on the weeding. So I'm excited about that. They helped on last Friday, they helped me catch up on the weeding in front of the Judicial Center. And a lot of them enjoyed it so much, they asked if they could come over and help at the Government Center. So that was great. Now, with the native garden up front, of course, we want this to be an educational garden. So we're not only showcasing natives and pollinators, but we do have some signage out there. And I thank the facilities folks, they put those in and they installed them in a place where people who are either coming into the front door, either in a wheelchair or a walker, can't really get out into the mulched area, they can still get a good look at the signage. We also have a brochure holder up under by the front door that has information on each individual species that we have out there, so more people can learn about the different types of plants and what they support. Next one. Now, the Judicial Center, again, we just planted that this spring. And actually, the Department of Human Services has a pro-social group, and the youth from that group came over to help plant. It's kind of confusing, the pictures there, but we planted 54 different plants, about 13 different species. The picture on the far left is what it looked like before we plant. The next one is what it looks like now, so not a big difference. And it's very interesting because even though this is going to be an educational garden, it's been a great educator for me because it's a very tough environment with the rock mulch. It's got landscape fabric underneath it. It's got full sun. It's next to that building that radiates heat. And what we have found with our 54 plants is that some plants don't like that, and other plants are surviving, but some are actually thriving. And I don't know if you can really see that. Then the third picture over is the purple prairie clover. Loves it. So it's already in bloom. And the next one is also a purple prairie clover, but it's in a different place along that line of stones, not blooming. So the environment really plays a lot in how plants, their development and so forth. But as we continue to fill this area out and working with facilities, if they'd like us to do that, we now know which plants we can really focus on that are going to be okay in that environment. So it's been a good learning experience. But I think it has potential to really look lovely because it's kind of a connector between two other areas of where there's gardens. So once it takes off, it'll be just another great opportunity to demonstrate. You don't need a lot of space to really support pollinators. You can squeeze them in small spaces too. So I've been talking a lot about native plants, and there are a lot of non-natives that support pollinators, but I tend to also encourage people to put in natives because, of course, natives are well adapted to the local climate and soil conditions where they naturally occur. But there's a growing body of research supporting the use of native plants in landscaping, again, just to preserve local biodiversity, and that in return is a better opportunity to sustain native wildlife populations. Dr. Doug Ptolemy, who's an entomologist and an ecologist with the University of Delaware, he's quite popular right now. He has a number of books out and focusing on this area of how to support birds as well as pollinators. And in his research, he has shown that native ornamentals support 29 times more biodiversity than non-natives. So there's a lot of good research being done now why natives really are a good choice. So if even you can insert just a few into your environment, that can be very helpful. His research, as well as others, has really also shown how, again, you don't have to convert your entire lawn into a pollinator-friendly habitat. You can just do little sections, little strips, and that has been shown to really support pollinator populations and a host of different insect pollinators. The other thing we encourage people to do is think about providing habitat for nesting. I don't think a lot of people think about that. They don't think about bees and butterflies and moths overwintering in Wisconsin. Why would they? But 70% of Wisconsin wild bee population will nest in the ground. So if you, this is a time of year that people see bare spots in their lawn and they think, oh, I better overseed it. And it's a good time of year to overseed bare spots in the lawn. But if you can think about maybe leaving some undisturbed bare soil, that is actually what a lot of these bee species are looking for in order to overwinter and survive. The other 30% of the wild bee species we see in Wisconsin, they're going to nest in hollow stems, which this is what the garden looked like last fall and why we tend to leave the garden standing through the winter so that bees, butterflies, and moths, either they tunnel into those wider stems and overwinter there, or they lay their eggs there and overwinter their eggs there. So it's helpful if you can leave the stems up. If you absolutely cannot stand having your stems standing, then we encourage you to cut them back at varying levels, anywhere from 8 inches to 24 inches. That usually gives enough difference for a pollinator of many different types of pollinators to find a place to spend the winter. And The other nice thing, we have a lot of like coneflower out there, and they have seed heads. So if you leave the seed head standing, yes, you will have more coneflowers coming up, which you may or may not want and may have to take out. But in the meantime, it provides food for those migrating birds as well as for the birds that are going to overwinter. Now, a couple of cleanup tips for pollinators. In the fall, again, if you can resist cutting back your stems to protect bees and butterflies that are overwintering in or on the stems, and then again, leaving some seed heads up. But also in the spring, if you can be patient about cleaning up your yard. I was getting phone calls in February from people who wanted to start cleaning up their yards because we had a nice warm stretch of weather. And it's like, so they're asking me, what can I do? And I said, go see a movie, because you do not want to clean it up then. And actually, if you can wait until the weather is consistently in the 50s, that's a good time to clean up your garden, because by then, hopefully, any overwintering wild bees will have already emerged. But they need that warmer weather. And butterflies actually probably don't get really active until it's about 60 degrees. If you have to clean it up, and I cut back the garden up front a little earlier than 50-degree weather, but I didn't throw the stems out. I piled them in a place kind of out of the way so that if there were overwintering pollinators in there, or eggs, they could sit there for a few more weeks until they had time to emerge. So even if you do cut them back, if you could find a place for them to stay intact, that's very helpful. And then one last other thing is leave the leaves. I used to argue with my dad all the time about this. They had a huge property with tons of maple trees and lots of leaves, and my parents felt like every leaf had to be cleaned up. And I kept arguing, oh, no, research tells you leaving a thin layer of leaves, you don't want to leave a lot of leaves like they have in this picture here, because that will certainly smother your lawn, but you want to leave a thin layer of leaves on the lawn. And that's for two reasons. One, again, in cold climates like we have here, a vast majority of butterflies and moths will use that leaf litter again for a wintering protection site for their eggs, their larvae, their caterpillars, their chrysalises, and also as adults if they're going to overwinter as an adult. So they need that leaf litter. And also a thin layer of leaves has been shown by research that if you can let it go back into your lawn is going to add nutrients. So it's actually kind of beneficial for your lawn as well. We also ask that if you can, rake them up. If you can't leave your leaves on the lawn, maybe find a designated place you can put leaves and rake them and put them there, and try to keep them whole. I used to shred leaves to put them on my vegetable garden for the winter, but I've kind of gotten away from that because, again, if there's overwintering pollinators or pollinator eggs or caterpillars, I don't want to shred them as well. So if you can, find a designated spot where you can maybe put some whole leaves and leave them sit for the winter. And then again in the spring, again, if you can, wait till it warms up a bit before you clean them out so that any overwintering pollinators have had an opportunity to emerge. And you'll see Leave the Leaf campaigns. They're starting now in Eau Claire, the Chippewa Valley Biodiversity Partnership that I work with. There's a host of groups that work in that partnership and work in the same areas of biodiversity, pollinator protection, and so forth. And they're really pushing for people to just leave your leaves and provide more habitat for those little pollinators. And lastly, just to mention again, if you can, avoid pesticides. In 2007, a study by Penn State found 121 different pesticides in honeybee colonies. And it wasn't just insecticides, it was miticides, herbicides, fungicides. They took it all back to their hive. So certain pesticides will kill a pollinator outright. Others, sometimes it's more of a sublethal effect. It can interrupt their ability to find their way back to the hive, or it can just lower their immune system functions so that they're vulnerable to other things. So if you can avoid them, that's great. If you can't, next slide. Yep. Then look for the least toxic product that you can use that you need to address the problem you have. Labels pesticide companies are required by law to give you as much information as possible. And some of those labels are 12 pages long. So, but we really encourage you to read those labels because those labels will tell you about environmental impact, impact to bees, impact to other wildlife, impact to fish, impact to humans, pets, children, the whole 9 yards. So grab a cup of coffee and sit down and read your pesticide label before you use it. We encourage people to do that a lot. It's amazing how many people just want to spray something without really thinking about what they're spraying. The other recommendation is apply, if you use a pesticide, apply it after sunset or when pollinators are not active. Don't apply to plants in full bloom. And I know this is a tough one for people who like a nice pristine lawn, because I get this every spring where I live, where there's a big lawn behind me, and a lawn care company is always spraying for dandelions and clover. But if you can leave some of that, that's some of the earlier foods for your bumblebees that come out early as well. And my last slide, thank you for letting me go on about pollinators, but along with these educational gardens, which will prove very useful, we've already done some tours through them, have had some classes here at the Dunn County Government Center on pollinators, and then been able to take people out to those gardens to show them. I also staff booths where we talk about pollinators, like the Bees, Trees, and Cheese event that Beaver Creek hosts. Dunn County Historical Society at Rauschbach Museum had a function earlier this spring that I was there and was able to talk about some pollinators. We also give tours. And so next week I'm doing a talk at a library on natives and pollinators. This Thursday I'm talking about fall cleanup with one of the garden clubs, but they specifically asked for information on how they can do their fall cleanup and help protect pollinators at the same time. So it's a huge interest. People are very aware of this, and they're very interested in doing what they can to help our pollinator population. So we do a lot of different types of outreach, a lot of different types of groups, and it's nice to be able to do education on different levels, from presentations to tours to just showing a demonstration garden and so forth. And so I thank Dunn County for allowing us to install these gardens. They've been very successful so far. Well, we'll see about the Judicial Center. I'm still working on that one. Yeah. Thank you.
That bee up there, what kind of bee is that?
That last one is a bumblebee. I couldn't tell you the actual species of it. But and that was interesting. He's on an aster that bloomed the very first year we planted, so that was nice.
We go pick our raspberries. There's just bees all over the place, but they never sting. I don't know why. We're
Yeah.
just bumping them. They don't sting.
Very few do, actually. Most don't. I think the only time I ever get bothered is the paper wasp are the only things that chase me down and sting me. But I have worked in gardens surrounded by bumblebees, and they've never bothered me.
My son-in-law's father had a 30-acre field. He went farming and all that stuff. He just was letting it grow to weeds, and he got a grant to put in plants for the blue butterflies. So that's a 30-acre field for blue butterflies.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's he's been doing that for 4 or 5 years now, so it's been helping, I guess. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Any further questions? Yes.
It's not a question, but I remember being really frustrated with mixed messaging between the county and city of Menominee on what to do with your leaves in the fall, because this was maybe 3 falls ago. City of Menominee was saying you need to rake up all your leaves, because otherwise they'll end up in the gutters and then you'll pollute the lake with phosphorus. And I was like, wait, well, which one is it? Do I leave the leaves or do I rake them up? And anyway, it was just a very frustrating thing. And I don't know if the county has any role to play in that, but
It's interesting because that's a good role for us to come in and maybe just talk with them and do a little education, because there's ways you could probably mitigate that so that you can keep some of your leaves on your lawn for the pollinators and other overwintering insects, where you can maybe prevent them from going into the gutter, because I understand that as well. But yeah, so that's why with the work too with the Chippewa Valley Biodiversity Partnership, putting together just very short presentations, shorter than this, to get people talking and thinking about, well, where's a good common ground for protecting them and also serving, so you don't have those problems. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Also, kind of not a question, but growing up, and he still does, my dad as a beekeeper with honeybees. But I think more recently, it's a lot of people when they think of bees, they think of honeybees, and I think that's one of the biggest things that I think should be cleared up. Of when stuff for bees, it's not honeybees, it's all of the other wild native species of bees, because there's more than we can even count. And the fact that most honeybees are actually invasive species to
Yeah,
the
they were
United
brought
States
over.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's important for people to know. But that was a really wonderful presentation on
Oh,
pollinators.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting report, actually. So, any further questions for Margaret? In your packet, you had all the rest of the educators. Do you have any questions for them as you went through it at all? Any questions at all? Seeing none, we'll move on. Item 6, items placed at the request of the chairperson, economic development update. Dan?
I don't really have a lot. Dunn County Economic Development hasn't met. Actually, it's typically during this meeting, but it happens to be next week at this time. So I don't really have an update there, although Dunn Economic Development is sponsoring the business after hours next Monday over at CVTC's newly, I believe it's done, newly remodeled building over in Menominee. So that's what I have for that.
Dunn County Communications.
Yeah, so we continue to work with Doug Mell in producing news releases. So we've had a couple of them. The most recent one I think was Jenna, and we have another one that is being worked on right now related to some emergency training classes that are available through the Emergency Management Department. But continuing to try and get the word out as best we can in the news desert that we are. So if there are any big things, really just kind of looking for those big, well, I shouldn't say big, but good stories that are out there that have that will draw the attention of the public. So how to put your garden on. I like the don't rake your leaves thing, but my wife always makes me rake the leaves. Right. I don't want to do it at all, but yeah. Right. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, back in the day, we used to burn the lawns in the spring. Remember that? We all used to burn the lawns. I don't know why they don't do it no more. But.
So.
Any further questions for communications?
Yeah. Well, and I guess I'll just add, we are continuing to try to utilize social media and videos and the shorter reels in order to draw the attention of the general public as well as mainly the younger generations in doing that. So we had a video released like last week, I think it was, related to what no through traffic actually means. So I think those have been very effective. As I'm out in public, people will make comments about them to me because, well, they know me and where they were coming from. So I do know that they are reaching people. The video of Chris leaving and me starting had like over 64,000 views. I think the no through traffic hit 15,000 in like 2 days. So I mean, when you really look at that and you look at, newspapers and things like that and, readership in the hundreds or hitting 15,000 people in a few days. So very effective form. Now, how much we're gathering, how much they're reading, I don't know, but or how much they're digging into that, but it gets in front of their face and maybe they grab a little bit. So continuing to work towards that as we are also doing a program evaluation related to that because that was one of the 31 programs as well. So.
Yeah. Larry Bjork.
Hey, Dan. I don't need to advertise how little I know about stuff, but, I can't find any of that on the computer. And I mean, is there some place on the computer where you go and it says, this is what you do next and this is what you do after that? I mean, I can find my emails, I can find the calendar, I can find, the pictures of snowmobile trails, but, you get an injection somewhere that teaches you how to do that, or what do I have to do?
So related to the videos?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So that's just the YouTube though, but
Yeah.
is that the
Yeah.
video that you're
Well,
talking about?
Yeah, so some of those are on YouTube. The other ones are on social media. So if you have like Facebook or something like that, or kids or grandkids do, they will. It's ultimately where I think as I look at my own kids and probably myself at times, it's scrolling through these short videos, is how a lot of our youth get their information. It's how they start to learn all these weird things they say, and
So I mean, they
all
automatically
that.
know how to, put in the search bar for whatever it is they're looking for?
So they don't really search. It's the algorithm. So it is just watching that, and as you start, so you go scroll through a video, you watch one for a little bit longer than the next one, and the algorithm says, "Oh, you must like videos like this," and so it starts rolling more and more of them in. Or if your friends are watching those, it kind of builds, so it grows, kind of. Uh, Either scary or naturally through your friend environment. So
You know,
that's how you get that viewership.
I'm gonna have to be careful I don't put in Dan Dunbar, cause I couldn't take days and days of that.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I wish I could do better at it, and I find the stuff that I need to find.
Yep.
But, you know,
Yep.
I guess, if I'm the only one in the county that's got a problem with it, that's not a big deal.
Right. Well, and I think that's where we talk about just doing multimodal communication. So we are sending out traditional press releases that are going to the newspapers, are going to show up in the printed press, or come out as a news story on a local TV station, but also creating some of these other content pieces that are being captured in social media.
Okay.
I mean, we get news releases from the sheriff's department every time, something like that, but you guys don't release it out to our emails? Like the county board members that are,
I believe the news releases, we do send them out. I can check on there. The intention is to send them out. But yeah, not all of the social media posts that you would not want an email for every social media post that we do.
any further questions? Got any more? Okay, now we'll move on to broadband discussion.
So I will share with you. So the BEAD award, I believe I saw this morning, has gone final. I believe it was a governor's announcement of the BEAD awards for the state of Wisconsin. So that was the $2 billion that was set aside. The state did their work in order to do that, and then they had to undo all of their work and redo all of their work. And so this is a statewide map. I can zoom out. It takes a little while to fill back in. So yeah, as you can see, all of the colors that happen there throughout the state, those colors are areas that had been identified as being unserved or underserved locations in the state of Wisconsin. So we've talked a lot about in Dunn County, we were in pretty good shape. So as you can see, we're not a very colorful county in this map, and that is because of all of the coverage that we already had. So we just had a couple of areas that I think we've shared in the past that had been that were part of the BEAD thing, and so you can see them in the purple right here. little bit of purple right around here, and then a little bit over in Colfax here. And so those have all been, this map is showing preliminary awards, but like I said, I believe it's gone official now. But those were awarded to SpaceX. So it is the low Earth orbit satellite services that have been awarded there. So, the good news with that is the technology is already there, so people can get moving with it really quickly. It isn't like we have to get fiber in the ground and get it going there. We were really hoping that a different provider was going to get this area right here, up in the Hay River, but that's not what happened. This area right here, around Menominee, and this was in Sherman, was one that I think I had said before it was going to be all but 12 houses. Those are the 12. So, I guess the good part about that is they have, the opportunity. They've always had the opportunity of SpaceX. One of the big things that had been done as part of this award is the upfront cost of like buying the satellite, the equipment, which was in the $700-800 in order to buy that equipment, and then you had a monthly cost. That upfront cost is going to be absorbed by the grant. So that's kind of what that BEAD funding is doing, is kind of putting in that initial payment for people. So I guess good news in that aspect, but that's really, I mean, as you look at this map with those areas awarded, that is Dunn County covered, which has kind of been the goal all along. And then the next phase related to that is really the affordability aspect of that. So it's one thing to have it available. The next thing is, how do we work through these different things in order to make it affordable? Most of these plans run in the $70-80 a month, and that's a significant monthly charge for many people. So we can continue to work down that path, although a lot of the costs are really a lot of the only answer to that would be to have some sort of a subsidy for people to do that, which is something that did exist back in, that was done as part of some of the COVID funding, but that money had gone away. So that's where that is.
Supervisor Bjork.
Dan, is SpaceX, that's the name of the company, right?
Mhm.
Is it the same, is it like a company like 24/7 or Spectrum or,
It's Elon Musk.
okay, but I mean, you don't have anything to do with 24/7 or,
No,
okay.
no. So these are, if you hear about, where you hear about SpaceX the most is the rockets going to the moon. Well,
Right.
not to the moon, into space, or into the space station. Well, what they're typically doing is on I think they were trying to get it down to like 2 weeks or something like that, where they can shoot a rocket up into the air, get it back down, get it right back ready to go, and go back up. And what they're doing is every time they're going up there, they're releasing hundreds and hundreds of satellites that orbit the Earth, and that's where that connectivity is happening. So that's connectivity everywhere.
So do they give you a number of how many SpaceX customers there are in Wisconsin or
No, I
wherever?
don't have that information.
you
no.
think- I mean, is that, I guess what I'm trying to say is SpaceX ever going to be, now it's expensive,
Mhm.
but as you add customers and the price comes down, and I'm sure, business people that put the satellites up there would like to have full usage. I mean, are we gonna see a time when satellites is going to replace, in-ground?
I think that's a question of the technology, the reliability. I think for the most part, that isn't believed to be true by many. I'm sure the people who run SpaceX believe otherwise. But I think that's the question. There's certainly two different options. There's a lot of flexibility when you talk about having those because it's satellites available pretty much anywhere, anytime, and is controllable, so they can be able to focus their satellites to be able to handle a larger crowds in certain areas. I know as some of the war-torn areas, that's one of the things that they do is provide some of the SpaceX technology to be able to outfit armies or something like that with internet wherever they are. So
I can always remember a phrase somebody told me one time. It says, well, see how things go, and if you're not quite sure how it's gonna go, just think about the buggy whip industry.
yeah,
Probably a big deal at one time.
right. Yep.
Any further discussion on broadband? Oh, go ahead.
I guess just offer my expertise in technology. I don't think there's ever anything's ever going to replace any sort of hardwired connection because the nice thing with that is that it's 100%, mostly 100% reliable because you're physically plugged in, whereas you can have extreme weather events and all that disrupt satellite communication. But and it is really great to see that those areas are getting covered.
Supervisor Barrier, you got a question?
I was just wondering, going back to that map, you don't have to bring it up, but there were a couple of dots right on Lake Monoman, the west side of Lake Monoman in City of Menominee. What's that about?
There was little bits of bad data.
Oh, okay, okay.
If I go in,
Mhm.
yeah, so you're over my shoulder. You can somewhat
Yeah,
you can somewhat see
okay.
that's the Walmart distribution center.
Okay,
They're covered. It was
Okay.
just bad data.
okay.
And that was as you work through a lot of that, it was so the FCC, so the Federal Communications,
Mhm.
actually kind of built these maps and identified the locations using a, a building footprint layer. So as you think about a serviceable location, what might come to mind is an address. Um, that's not what they did. And there was a good sound reasoning for doing that. They actually took a big map of the earth and using technology are able to identify a building footprint. So they said, hey, there's a building there, there's a building there, there's a building there, there's a building there. And they said every one of those buildings is a serviceable location. And then they said, all right, so here's all of our serviceable locations. Telecom providers, go tell us if you provide to that location. And a lot of the providers came back and saw an outbuilding and said, well, I don't provide to that. I provide to the house.
Right.
Right. So then that shed turned into an unserved location and the house was a served location that were right next to each other. And so I think that was just a miscommunication that had kind of happened through
Yeah.
that process. And then some of the providers went back and fixed that. I know we had worked with a lot of the providers in our area to do that, but there's a lot of spots. And so they missed a few of those. And,
Yeah, that makes
and
sense.
we knew that.
So if I hear from somebody north of Wheeler who's like, hey, I still don't have broadband, what's going on? Is there any kind of estimated time frame for when they might get it?
Well, like I said, I believe I saw a press release from the governor. I know I saw a press release from the governor. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday that said that this has been awarded.
Okay.
Now, awarded can mean anything.
Right.
I wouldn't hold my breath to find out how long that's going to happen. As you look at this, so this is the state of Wisconsin, and probably 3/4 of the state was covered with. Well, no, it isn't. Actually, mainly just in this in the western edge over here has a lot of SpaceX covering it. But this is happening in all the states in the union.
Okay.
Right? So SpaceX is likely going to win a lot of those, especially you
Okay.
think of your Montanas and those extremely rural areas. It's really the only option. So they're going to have a lot of work at themselves. I can't
Yeah.
imagine they're going to be quick.
Yeah, seems like the big advantage would be that they can get it going quickly, but if they're saturated and can't serve everyone, that's not gonna really be that helpful.
Yep. So
Okay, thanks.
we'll see.
Any further questions or comments on broadband? See none, we'll move on to item 7, consideration of actions to be taken by the Community Resources and Tourism Committee. None. Reports, resolutions, ordinances to County Board from Community Resources and Tourism Committee. I see none. Any announcements? Anybody got anything comment, bring up? Next meeting is October 21st. Okay, 4:30 in this room, yes. Bad day.
No, it's just, where'd summer go?
Oh, yeah. Any further comments? All right, meeting adjourned.